Welcome back. Welcome back to the channel. This is your host, Young Brando from Los Angeles. This is your late show where we talk about watches, watches purely, watches only. And we are going to take a look at the upcoming Phillips Hong Kong auction. I've been covering this auction for the last two sessions. I've started it from the beginning. I've started it from the end. We have made quite a bit of headway. And, in general, I basically cover every single lot, but I do give priority to the lot numbers that you send in. I do give priority to, of course, my own interests. I put emphasis on some watches over others, but this is your show as much as it is mine. So feel free to drop in the chat the lot number that you're interested in, and I would be more than happy to go back to that. And I'm just going to start right away with this lot number 840, which is a set that we should be familiar with. You would remember a few months back, one of my favorites in Eichen, Zurich, actually held an auction with a particular focus on Breguet, which they simply called the art of Breguet because, no one named an auction like that with a Breguet focus. But if we put aside the uninventiveness of the naming of the auction, the curation was pretty amazing, and they actually sold one of these sets as well. It is a box set that combined Breguet pocket watch with Breguet perpetual calendar wristwatch, and I think it offers not only great value but also an incredibly nice presentation for the collector. And if you look at it right here, this was lot number 7 from that late March, early April auction that was held by in Eichen, Zurich. The piece actually sold after those 2 weeks of bidding at 160,000 in Swiss francs. They actually list the prices in US as well, so we just do that. $177,250 after 13 total bids and 2 weeks of bidding. And this was basically a box set from the early 90s, as you can see right here. Very beautiful presentation of a set that includes a pocket watch styled after some of the souscription works of Abraham Louis Breguet, combining that with a perpetual calendar minute repeater wrist piece. And of course, this box not only serves as a simple presentation stand, but also as a winder as well, which I guess is really the only appropriate setting where you would want a winder. When you have a perpetual calendar, you set it once, and perhaps you don't want to bother with it until it goes to service, or maybe you're lucky enough that you would be able to pass it on to the next generation. Everything else is pretty much like like letting your car run when you're not actually driving it. It just doesn't make sense to me. There's no reason that you should put wear and tear on your watches just because you want to present them a certain way. So you have a lovely switch here where you can engage that winder or just leave it like that. And I believe this is a box that was made by Scatola del Tempo, which is the Italian company that used to make a lot of these things for brands like Breguet, Patek, and many others. It strikes me as their own, as their style, as their house style, in their combination of this sort of floral and extravagant lining with leather and wooden exterior. I might be wrong, but I think that is the case. So this is how the set sold. It was number 11 of that subscription set from the early 90s from Breguet at in Eichen Zurich. It sold for 177,250. And you know their disruptor energy, where they conduct these auctions, especially the online based ones, with no buyer's premium. So people have more incentive to bid and to participate. And let's see how it will turn out for Phillips in Hong Kong in the auction that's taking place at the end of the month. This is lot 840. It comes with the pocket watch reference 1890 and the wristwatch reference 3430. And this particular one is number 34 out of 300. And it does come with those stately documents from Breguet, sold to one Heiner Pauli. I feel like they should have obscured that. Mr. Pauli's business is not our own, but it is right out there. And you can see at that time, this is 1991, signed by François Baudet, who was the CEO at the time. The company was under the patronage of the famous brothers Chomet out of Paris, heirs to the jewelers, which still exists today, but of course under a different corporate body since the Chomet brothers went under at the end of the 80s, actually. And in fact, they lost Breguet in the process as well. But François Baudet was the president at the time, and he was also collaborating, working with Daniel Roth as an important part of the revival that the brand experienced mostly in the 80s. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you for being here. Thank you for reminding everyone to upvote as well. But yes, this was Christmas gift in 1992 for one Heine Pauli, and it is going up now for auction. And I think it's a great historical piece, a document, as it were, with a French calendar, perpetual calendar with moon phase and leap year indications. Beautiful heat blued hands against a silvered dial produced out of a gold blank and guilloche decorated. You can see the Claude Paris at the center of the dial and a kind of vague or wave-like design within the subdials, and especially as the pattern on the clouds in the moon phase indicator as well, which is at 6 o'clock. And of course, as you can tell by the slider here, this is a minute repeater as well. I love this kind of chain attached pin for the adjustments so it doesn't get lost. Of course, you don't have to carry it on your wrist necessarily. And I think for presentation purposes and when the watch is in the case, it feels appropriate. This is the movement for the wristwatch, which, as you can see, is, in many ways designed as if it were um, a pocket watch movement with beautifully deep and crisp ribbing on the bridge plates and with various black polished and mirror polished details that really make a lot of these elements pop. Of course, there's a swan neck regulator and very beautiful perlage on the base plates as well. And there you see the black polished hammers for the chiming functions. The bridge itself is signed with the movement number 34, and the case matches that. As you can see, since you have that oversized subdial for the months and the leap year indicator at 12 o'clock, the secret Breguet signatures actually flank Roman numeral 6 rather than Roman numeral 12. And you also have within these two subdials two plaques on which you have the signature of the brand as well as the movement number, which is something that Daniel Roth paid particular attention to conform these wristwatches to the standards of presentation that Abraham Louis Breguet set in pocket watches. As you can see, the case band is entirely and finely decorated with fluting. You have the teardrop lugs that are seamlessly soldered onto the case. And for the pocket watch, you have a design that's now been broadly adopted in the Breguet Classique wristwatches. This is a very beautiful and signature aesthetic these days for the asymmetric dial pieces that they have, like an oversized subsidiary dial for the seconds, moon phase that is represented within an arc between 1 and 2 o'clock, and then at 10 and a half, between 10 and 11 o'clock, you also have a power reserve indicator. The varieties of guilloche decoration that give the dial a kind of dimensionality that you're just not usually accustomed to in a simple dress watch. And of course, the dials are always produced from a gold blank and decorated engine turned guilloche cut by hand. The wristwatch is 37 millimeters in diameter, and the pocket watch is 62. And as you see, the movement is both traditionally laid out and conventionally decorated in terms of the gilt frosting on the bridges. And it's a hammer style automatic movement, which was Breguet's invention, which was Breguet's pioneering in pocket watches to introduce a self-winding movement of this sort. I think the oversized and heat-blued screws are a particular delight. This is lot number 840 for an early 90s Breguet subscription presentation, number 34 out of 300 pieces of a limited edition of a 62 millimeter pocket watch in classic Breguet style, and a 37 millimeter in matching yellow gold perpetual calendar chiming wristwatch that arrive as this beautiful collector's set. The estimated value that Phillips has pre-auction is 79,500 to 192,000 in US dollars. At 842, we have the Cartier Tortue monopusher chronograph. This is from the CP collection that Cartier Paris curated between the years 1998 and 2008, where they brought together their classic designs with high horology approaches. The single button chronograph, I think, holds a pride of place within that collection for a number of reasons. But the primary reason is that it has this single button, this monopusher chronograph movement that was granted to Cartier by THA, which is short for Technique Horlogère Appliquée. That is a company that was founded by Denis Flageolet and François-Paul Jean. Vienna Alter worked with them for quite some time as well, collaborated with them under those premises. But to my understanding, and my source is an interview that Denis Flageolet made with Phillips in the past, this movement was actually designed by François-Paul Jean and Denis Flageolet. Vienna Alter did not necessarily have an involvement with the making of 045 MC. I might be mistaken, but I'm going by Denis Flageolet's own public statements. And he also adds in that interview that it was, in fact, Jean and Flageolet, who approached Cartier, since they were already working with them, since they were already supplying them certain things, they had the idea of reviving that Cartier icon from the Roaring Twenties, namely the Tortue monopoussoir, the single button Tortue chronograph from the 20s, with that classic tonneau shaped case that is Tortue à pattes, turtle on legs in Cartier's books. And in this particular version, we have a yellow gold case, classic silver dial with Roman numerals, guilloche dial with a kind of soleil or rosette style pattern that emanates from under the hand stack, which is fashioned in the style of Breguet, in the style of pomme or apple-shaped. And all the hands are heat blued. The two registers are perfectly aligned and proportioned in relation to the crown, which is set on sapphire cabochon, and which integrates that single button for all the chronograph functions. And you also have a minute and seconds track, which can measure up to 1/5 of a second. You also have the silent Cartier signature, the secret Cartier signature as part of Roman numeral 7, hidden there in its V. The dimensions of the case are 34 by 43, so quite compact, even though the shape of the case has a certain presence, especially in this classic shade of gold, in this classic 18 karat yellow gold. And it is matched with a classic Cartier déployant strap, which is not pictured. And of course, you have that kind of porthole style peak onto the movement, 045 MC, with the bridge plates emblazoned with, embossed with the double wishbone logo. And that was the style of CP, Collection Privée Cartier Paris. A beautiful movement that both represents aesthetically the best style from Cartier, and horologically one of the most important independent, two of the most important independent watchmakers in this most recent ascendance of independent watchmaking, namely François-Paul Jean and Denis Flegelet, who supplied this movement under the moniker THA. This is lot number 842 for a Cartier Tortue single button chronograph, reference 2356E from 1999. The estimated value of the piece is 15,400 to 29,500 in US dollars. Hey, Corrado, nice to see you, man. So lovely to see you, and congratulations on your new watch. I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you wear it in great health. Please send wrist shot or wrist roll, I would love to share it with the people here and on Instagram as well. I sent the link again to the auction listing, so if you want me to dive into any of the particular pieces, please don't hesitate. Number 843 is a more recent icon, I have to say, because as much as the Cartier crash has a certain history, even you might say within surrealist trends in the arts, the mainstream craze about it is a pretty recent phenomenon and something that has assumed a different kind of dimension in the last few years. This particular version is the Paris limited edition that came out in 1991. In that design, that had so many apocryphal stories in terms of its origin, but finally is said to have been an important collaboration between Jean-Jacques Cartier and Rupert Emerson. And Jean-Jacques Cartier was the head of the London branch, basically. As you can see in Hodinki's coverage, here is Tyler, the creator, wearing one of those. It's a watch that has been spotted on Jay-Z's wrist as well. So you can kind of see some elements that caused this kind of ascendance, even though it was part of a curiosity style piece before. This particular edition comes with a wonderful presentation box and with its original set of papers, what looks like also its authentic original strap, which is a nice relic, even though it looks positively ratty at this point, but more power to you if you want to rock it that way. As you can see, the Cartier Crash also has a matching déployant strap that follows those similar jagged lines, similar sense of asymmetry. This is number 84 out of that 400-piece limited edition. Beautifully elongated Roman numerals that are always Cartier's signature against a silver dial. Heat blued hands, this time in the minimalist sword style. The secret signature embedded within the Roman numeral 7. The beaded crown set with a sapphire cabochon. And as you can see, the leather strap joins in a very subtle way underneath the case, as you can see from the back as well, in the style of a, hidden T-bar lug. Lot number 843 is the early 90s limited edition of the Crash out of Cartier Paris. In yellow gold, one of 400, number 84 of 400. The piece is expected to realize a final hammer price between 100,000 to 186,000 in US dollars. You did? I didn't receive anything. Please do send it again if it's not too much work, Corrado. I would genuinely appreciate it. Because I'm not sure if I received it. Maybe I missed it, but I don't see anything. Maybe just send it directly when you can. If you send it through Patreon, maybe it didn't go through. But no rush, whenever you have time. $844, we have another example of a Cartier limited edition and another example actually of the CP collection. This is a piece that actually belongs to, once again, the CP series as well. That's private collection of Cartier Paris that was that defined that decade between 1998 and 2008. By some accounts, by most accounts, admittedly, it is considered to be a commercial flop, but certainly its legacy in terms of fine watchmaking, its heritage in terms of reviving certain iconic Cartier designs from the archive and giving them a contemporary appeal, I think is still very relevant. Here you have another iteration of the tank, one that is called Obus, perfectly rectangular in this case, with ogival or ogival or bullet-shaped lugs, which I think give it at once a very classic but also dynamic look. I love some of the more conservatively designed early de Bethune pieces that make use of this particular styling of the lugs. And it's absolutely beautiful to see it on the tank Obus as well. In a way, it also goes really well with the sapphire cabochon that is set on the crown, which again is similarly beaded, both for decoration and a nice grip. An open worked movement that actually is also beautifully hand engraved. You can glimpse at it from the back as well. And of course, one of the beautiful things about hand-wound movements like that, in this case, we're looking at the 435 MC, you basically have a very natural way of looking at a power reserve, right? You don't need a power reserve indicator because you have it basically at 6 o'clock, right? That's your mainspring barrel, which, of course, at full crank contracts, and then over the course of the power reserve, it releases that energy for the running of the watch. In this case, I want to double check. I want to make sure how much the power reserve is, but I can't find any direct information, unfortunately. But oh, can I share this right away, Corrado? Now that I got it. Yeah, this is a beautiful piece. I think the heat blued Breguet styled hands are a lovely contrast as well. And as you can see, the Cartier signature is floating above. I think it is actually inscribed on the sapphire crystal. This is only one of 100 pieces. The example is from 2004, number 82 of 100. And it arrives with its full set of accessories in like new overall condition, as Phillips's catalog essay indicates. The dimensions of the piece, since it's a perfect square, is 26.2 by 26.2. This is the tank obus. Of course, you get the matching classic Cartier styled 18 karat yellow gold déployant strap as well. Very discreet, beautiful watch that looks like a solid block of gold in the style of open working that is complemented by the freehand engraving of the bridges and the plates, and heat blued hands for increased legibility. This is the Cartier Tank Obus from the CPCP series, a one of 100. The estimated value is 15,400 to 25,600 in US dollars. Oh, nice. So, guys, check it out. This is Corrado's new Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers watch. He won it through my raffle that rewarded my most loyal subscribers, my 6 ardent supporters on Patreon. Corrado was one of the first. Corrado was there from the very beginning, and I'm very happy that he was the lucky winner in this case. I still have one more of these watches from the 2022 collab between Seiko Watch USA and Rowing Blazers. They just came out with a new collab with 4 new colors. I I bought the entire set last year. I gave away the orange through a campaign that was mostly focused on Instagram. Our community member Nish won that. I had one that was more focused on YouTube. The Captain Sabi, won the lime green there. And I had one that rewarded my Patreon subscribers, and Corrado won that. I still have the blue one. Corrado, of course, as you had seen, won the black with nautical flags. So help me out. Give me ideas. What should I do? Maybe I'm thinking maybe we should. I should do a silent auction of some sort. I should make like a new. That's my idea. I should make a new email account and get someone that the community trusts on my side, and we can do a silent auction of people sending their bids in there. And the highest bid, let's say we have it open for 2 weeks, highest bid gets the watch, and we donated to the charity that that person chooses. We can do something like that. I was thinking that, it should not be only a watch giveaway, but serve something of a greater function. So that's one thing I was floating in my mind. And I'm happy to collaborate on that with a second person who would be willing to give their time and whom the community would trust as well. Maybe we can do something like that. But it's just an idea, so feel free to send me your ideas. Lot number 845 is a version of the Cartier Tortue that is pure and simple, time only, in that classic yellow gold case, 34 by 43. It is also gem set. It is also set with diamonds on the bezel and the lugs. So not only do you get a beautiful unobstructed view of that guilloche dial, you also get that beautiful sparkle of 2 rows of diamonds that cover the bezel and the lugs. The perfect two-hander with a hand-wound caliber. Another beautiful piece, again on a leather strap with the matching déployant clasp from the 200s. And again, the movement is emblazoned with the Cartier wishbone logo on the bridge plates and decorated with the circular graining with perlage on the base plate of the movement. Hand wound, discreet, but also quite flashy in that minimalist way, thanks to the sparkle introduced by the diamonds that cover the bezel and lugs of this piece. This particular example comes with a blank Cartier certificate from a UK authorized dealer, the instruction manual, fitted presentation box, and outer packaging. And lot number 845, this time only gem set Cartier Tortue reference 2496 in yellow gold, has an estimated value of 12,800 to $19,200 in US dollars. At lot 846, we have one of the casualties of the most recent revision to the Daytona line. As you guys know, for its 60th anniversary and for the 35th anniversary of the introduction of self-winding of an automatic chronograph movement to the Daytona line, the entire lineup was renewed and reintroduced under the new reference number 126500, and even some of the off catalog pieces seem to have been, at least for the moment, retired, at least for the moment withdrawn, and the Rainbow Daytonas were some of the casualties among them. They have been incredibly popular among the years, especially due to being associated with this kind of excessive, extravagant, flamboyant glamour on some A-listers and celebrities' wrists. And the 116598 R bow is one of those examples. The piece is not only gem set on the bezel with these gradient sapphires that represent all the colors of the rainbow, it is also covered on its lugs and crown guards with diamonds. The dial itself is set with brilliant diamonds on the indices, except for the quarters. And the subdials are out of meteorite that is galvanized to achieve this gold-like hue, matching the rest of the case and the bracelets. There are a few different versions of the Rainbow Daytona. There are some that have a similar rainbow theme in terms of baguette cut sapphires on the dial. You have examples of it in yellow gold, in white gold, in pink gold, what Rolex calls Everrose. You have examples of it with these, brilliant cut diamonds on the dial. And this, as you can see, comes with its large presentation box as well as its original warranty card. Seemingly also with the full set of its original accessories, bought from the Time Place Plaza in Jakarta, Indonesia on September 14, 2012. And as mentioned, these are currently retired. They might come back in some shape or form with the new movements, with the new caliber 4131, with the updated, revised case shape, but no one quite knows when. No one knows for certain, even if they would come back for sure. So for the time being, I think the secondary market stands to benefit from that confusion, from that lack of information. So this is lot number 846 for a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona Rainbow, reference number 116598R bow, with its full set of accessories from 2012. The piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 179,000 to 308,000 in US dollars. Yes and no. Yes and no. I mean, people still get pieces delivered. The new pieces are not yet at the ADs. So if you have a good connection, you might still get, the old Platona. If you have good connections, you can still get the meteorite dial, precious metal Daytonas on the Oyster Flex. But listen, I mean, I guess, Chris, you're right. It's as available as it ever was, right? So if someone goes in to a Rolex AD today to ask for any Daytona, they would be turned down. If you already have a good connection and you have been able to get Daytonas, chances are you might still be able to tap into that reserve for a couple more months, perhaps until the new generation hits the market. But I wouldn't hold my breath for getting one of these extremely limited off the catalog pieces. But feel free to try your luck. I mean, you probably would have a better chance than I do. This is lot number 848 for an Alangonzone 1815 flyback chronograph with a pink gold case and a black dial. As you can see, it is in that unworn condition with the stickers waiting for the moment for the lucky owner to peel them off. This is the more. I'll take a rainbow, Chris. Send me an email on my message if you can get me one in 3 months at retail. Sign me up. Sign me up. Or get a couple yourself and feel free to present them on my channel. I'll be happy to host you. 1815 is today perhaps the more minimalist, the more classical presentation of the hand-wound high horology chronograph by Alangonzone. Especially in this generation, there are significant differences between the 1815 and the datograph. The datograph, of course, has the oversized date, which has become one of the signature visual elements of an Alangonzone watch. The datograph also has a power reserve indicator at 6 o'clock, and it has as its scale a tachometer, whereas you have here a pulsometer that is graduated for 30 pulsations. So 1815, I suppose, can be counted as a doctor's watch, right? You basically hold, your patient, counts until 30 once you engage the chronograph. And when you stop, the chronograph second should settle roughly around the heartbeat of your patient, or maybe of yourself if you want to measure your own. The modern datograph is 41 millimeters in diameter. The 1815 is 39.5. 1815 is, I think, 10 and a half, maybe 10.7 in thickness. And the datograph, I believe, is right around 13 millimeters. So you get something that is a little more classically proportioned, that's a little more compact. You get something that is a little more stripped down and that is still built on that same base movement, which remains as impressive as ever, both in terms of its architectural depth and layering, as it is in its variety of decorations, which include the deep ribbing on the bridge plates, the freehand engraving on the balance cock, the perlage detail on the base plates, the mirror polish and black polishing used to highlight important accents, and a number of interior angles as well, which are hand finished and mirror polished. You can see the anglage is quite impressive on the bridges of the movements. This is a piece that basically is presented as new old stock. It comes with its full set of accessories and even the stickers intact. This is an A. Lange und Söhne 1815 flyback chronograph in pink gold and with the black dial. It is presented with a very conservative estimate, which I'm sure is set at that level precisely to lure people in, to tease people into bidding. And that pre-auction estimate is around 19,200 to 32,100 at lot 848. Oh, Chris, just get yourself. I'll be happy to take a look at it on this channel. You don't have to get me anything. But since it's so easy to get in a couple of months, you should be snapping them up. I mean, why not? Right? They're basically giving you free money at this point. Lot 851 is an incredible example of one of the last of a kind in terms of Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronographs. 5970 was the last series of that kind that were built on the Nouvelle Lemania CH27 base. Compared to the 3970 series, they were presented in 40 millimeter cases. So in some ways, at least to the contemporary markets, the 5970 and here the 5971 is perhaps a little more desirable. The primary difference of the 5970 and 5971 is, as you can see, it's the diamonds, the baguette cut diamonds set on the bezel, and you also have the indices, the hour markers in diamonds as well, with the baguette cut single diamonds taking center stage at 12 o'clock to You have a stunning black dial made even more beautiful and striking in its contrast from both the white metal case, from both the platinum case and the diamond set bezel. Feuille hands for hour and minutes, those leaf-shaped hands that express Patek at its classical best. And of course, you have moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock, which is encircled by a pointer date. You have the two chronograph registers, respectively, a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock and the running seconds at 9 o'clock. Within the minute totalizer, you have the leap year indicator in a discrete micro hand, which is white. And then within the continuous running seconds, you have a 24-hour hand, which serves, of course, as a day and night indicator. Both of these indicators are mostly for the convenience of setting the piece, of correcting the piece, of adjusting it properly, so you don't do it at that window around midnight, which can be traditionally detrimental to the movement. And of course, you have through the two aperture at 12 o'clock, the day of the week and the month. The picture is completed with railroad track style scale for the minutes and a tachymeter on the periphery of the dial. A beautiful piece, still factory sealed, still in the exact same condition in which it left the manufacturer in 2010. It's quite unbelievable to me that people keep watches this way, but it is what it is. This is what they call single sealed, so it is untouched, but in a sealed package, whereas the double seal is when it comes within that coffin box, within that sleeve case that is presented. No, it's not pictured here because sometimes they do that as well. In either case, that sealed package includes the original tag for the watch. It includes the pusher, the pin pusher for, or pusher pin for setting the watch, for correcting the indicators, and it also includes solid platinum case back as well, if you would like to snap that on for additional heft. And the piece, as you can see, has that CH27 based movement, which still carries the Geneva seal. This is the 5971P-001 at lot number 851, arriving with its full set of accessories, single sealed in the same condition in which it left the factory in 2010. The piece is expected to fetch an amount in the region between 179,000 to 359,000 in US dollars. I know exactly how they work, but you seem to have an interesting timeline. I mean, please, by all means, feel free to open a platform and spread this precious knowledge with your viewers, Chris. I'm sure a lot of people would benefit from it. Yes. 52 is a 5961p. This is basically the same kind of treatment we have seen in 5971 given to 5960. So what you have is the combination that has proven really popular, but unfortunately now discontinued, of the annual calendar with the self-winding flyback chronograph by Patek Philippe. In a way, you have a modern version that was introduced in 2006, what Patek achieved back in the 40s, back in 1941, with the introduction of 1518, with that beautiful classic 35 millimeter case, which housed a perpetual calendar chronograph for the first time in serial production. In 2006, on the 10th anniversary of Patek's introduction of their proprietary annual calendar caliber, you had it combined with their in-house self-winding chronograph with flyback functionality. So something a little bit more modern and more utilitarian, more pragmatic, maybe slightly more accessible, and certainly more practical for the everyday. But here, of course, what we have is certainly not an everyday watch by any means. In the treatment it receives in 5961p, you have a platinum case with baguette cut diamond set bezel. The dial is a very deep shade of blue that's described in the essay as an ocean blue. And as you can see, the baguette cut diamonds on the bezel are complemented by the baguette cut diamonds on the dial, which serve as the hour markers, except for 5 and 7, which have brilliant cut diamonds, and of course 6 o'clock, which houses the bullseye style single single subsidiary dial expression of Patek's chronograph, in addition to the 3 calendrical aperture in a fan-like fashion expressed in the upper quarter of the dial. You also have a plus minus up and down style power reserve indicator that's right at 12 o'clock. The leaf-shaped hands are also filled with luminous material, which provides for some added legibility in the dark. And you also have a very discreet porthole-like display for the day and night indicator at 6 o'clock. Once again, largely for the convenience of setting the watch properly. And this piece too comes in that single seal, just as it left the manufacturer, and a matching déployant clasp with the Calatrava cross itself surrounded by beautiful diamonds in a way that echoes with the bezel of the case. A beautiful presentation for this rare piece at lot number 852 reference 5961 P-001, an annual calendar self-winding chronograph with the flyback function by Patek Philippe in platinum with a baguette cut diamond set bezel and dial, just as it left the factory more than a decade ago. The piece has an estimated value of 70,500 to 141,000 US dollars. JB, thank you. 10:15. What are my thoughts on the skull? What is that? Is that some sort of secret message? You're scaring me, JB. Let's see. Let's go all the way down. I don't want to give you guys vertigo, so I wanted to just do that in the background. Ah, it is. Sure. I think, 5960 strikes me as the best kind of compromise in stainless steel. Again, the entire line is discontinued. The stainless steel versions were even discontinued before the rest in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. But 5960A, with the white or black dial, it's a beautiful watch. It comes on a matching beads of rice style bracelet. If you can find it at the right price, I think that's the sweet spot for that watch, because to me, that combination of annual calendar and self-winding chronograph, not to mention the flyback functionality, is more of an everyday pragmatism than this sort of flamboyance, this sort of extravagance with baguette cut diamonds and whatever. So I would much rather have that kind of watch in stainless steel than platinum to begin with, and certainly not with gem setting, but that's just me. But the 5960p, like the standard version in platinum, is quite nice too, and it's a decent deal. Anyhow, this is lot number 1015 that I'm bringing up, thanks to the urging of my friend JB, Jake Brooks. It is a hand-wound Cartier Santos in stainless steel with an open-worked dial. Movement there is 9611 MC, which is a double barrel movement that you can glimpse, probably somehow flanking 12 o'clock, somehow flanking Roman numeral 12, a little bit off axis, but you can probably see them. Altogether, they provide 3 days of power reserve at chronometric precision. With this caliber that beats at 4 hertz. This piece was offered and can be fit with the integrated bracelets from the Santos series, just as a side note, even though here it's presented on a leather strap, on a crocodile strap, which is no matter. I think this is also beautiful, especially when it's matched with that Cartier déployant clasp. which is a lovely style, but you can actually fit that integrated bracelet that they have. Of course, also open worked in the back. Again, not extremely ornate, but I think with hand wound watches, there's the benefit of seeing, how you interact with the watch already on the face of the watch, how you crank it up, how you charge it up. I think that's kind of cool, even though I'm not too impressed with the execution on this particular watch. Perhaps you prefer that it's not so ornate, not as ornate as it's usually done. And the watch is in 40 millimeters, which I think in this case is the large case size for Santos. I believe these retailed with a rather hefty price tag. So this can be an interesting proposition, except the estimated value is already quite excessive. I mean, at the minimum, we're talking about 20,500, and you already have to add 26% or so. So, what? It's already 25,625 or something or more. Even if you snag it at the lower end of the estimates, and that's before importing it from Hong Kong. So you already are 25K deep. Not sure if I see the appeal for a stainless steel piece whose only attraction is the open working, which is in this case nothing to write home about, really, beyond the display of the double barrel hand wound movement. I like the Santos as a design. I like how they renewed and re-energized the lineup and made it quite accessible in the standard stainless steel version. And I love a lot of the Santos Dumont dress watches that are more imaginative, like that micro rotor caliber that they just put together for the new open worked line that was released in stainless steel, yellow gold with blue lacquer detail, and pink gold. I think that's already a better deal. In stainless steel, I think that watch is in low 20s as well. I'd rather get that than this. Let me pull it up just so we have so we know what we're talking about, and I'm gonna pull it up from my Instagram actually, because I covered it there. And please do follow me on Instagram. There we go. Oh, sheesh. That's okay. The stainless steel is 30 in this case. Well, if you wait for it to go back to the secondary market in a few months, by the end of this year, the stainless steel of this particular version would be a much better deal than what you're looking at there, which I think is nothing to write home about. I feel the open working is much fuller here, much more interesting. I like how they sat on the rotor, kind of miniature demoiselle, um, for a little bit of quirk, for a little bit of playfulness. And you get both the balance wheel and the mainspring barrel in full view. Beautiful architectural design that has its own balance in a way, in the way that the bridges hold together the gear train and show you at the corners all the essential elements of the watch movements. I feel this is just a much more thoughtful open working than what we were looking at here, which leaves me, meh, but that's just me. We were looking at 10, 15. This is the Cartier Santos skeleton from 2020 in the large size, so 40 millimeters. Stainless steel with the matching déployant clasp and on a leather strap. The piece comes with a presentation box, but no papers, no other documents are present, and it has an estimated value at the upcoming Phillips Hong Kong watch auction number 16 that is going to take place on May 24th and 25th, 20,500 to 30,800 in US dollars. Let me quickly scroll back up to where we were. You see, this is what I was talking about, Chris. The standard platinum version here again in that monstrous practice of buying watches and stuffing them away, chucking them away in safety deposit boxes, only to bring them out a decade later. This is a 5960P. Which is the same watch that we were looking at 5961P, but in a more dressed down platinum case. It comes with a matching déployant buckle and with its full set of accessories, original hang tag, presentation box. And as you can see, you might mistake this for the tang buckle, but you can see that extension of the single fold clasp with the slate gray dial and those lovely red accents on the bullseye chronograph register, oversized at 6 o'clock with that red and blue accents. Sometimes you can get very good deals on the 5960P depending on the condition and depending on how the watch arrives, whether it's naked or or it's in pristine condition with the full set of its accessories. There's a whole spectrum there, but sometimes you can get great deals on this particular reference on the secondary markets. This, however, is a very special example, of course, because it is in the exact same condition in which it left the Patek manufacturer more than a decade ago. The documents are from 2009. So this is Patek Philippe annual calendar self-winding chronograph with the flyback function in platinum with the slate gray dial. And the piece has an estimated value of 29,500 to 60,300 in US dollars. Please hit the like button if you would. It helps a great deal. And it makes, honestly, all the difference in the world. For a small channel such as this, it really is a huge help. So please hit the like button, upvote. Lot number 858 is an FP Jaune Octa Calendrier. This is a relatively early example, even though it is presented as coming from 2005. It has the brass movement, so its date of manufacture can be a little earlier. As you can see, this is the brass movement with the rhodium plating, which is set with a 22 karat gold off-center rotor that winds bidirectionally, and that is decorated with barley corn styled pattern. It carries the medallion style logo and the signature, as well as the motto of company Invenit et Fecit. A wooden presentation box, yellow gold dial on this jaune style execution of the annual calendar with a retrograde hand, which snaps back, which flies right back up at the beginning of the month to aperture for the day of the week and the month. Of course, you have the silvered dial for the hours and minutes with its subsidiary dial that is bolted off center in the classic style of the brand onto the yellow gold dial. The date is in a fan-like scale that is more like a crescent facing towards the crown. And the crown has that unmistakable roping style decoration that is both aesthetically pleasing and quite practical for the grip. Of course, the hands are heat blued in stainless steel as well for that added accent and legibility. This is a 40 millimeter platinum case. Quite a nice piece. And as you know, these watches are extremely desirable and very aspirational in the current market. So lot 858 is not conservatively priced at all in terms of its estimates. In fact, it is pretty realistic in relation to its market value, as we had observed in the recent themed The Art of Jean auction organized by Christie's in Geneva. The estimated value of this piece is 76,900 to 128,000 in US dollars. If you would like to take a look at the results of that auction, I did the full coverage. I did the full review of this. Um, so please hit the link. Yes, I am. My coverage review of the art of FP Jean auction from last week. So please bookmark that, watch it on your time. Hey, Van Lux, nice to see you. Okay. Yeah, you're calling them out because Chanel owns a stake, huh? St. Peter, yes, absolutely. Do you want to take a look? I love it. I love it. I think it looks great on the original or strap as well, but I put it on this leather strap with contrast stitching because I had to just copy Goldberger and try to look half as classy as he does. So this is the piece with a beautiful sector dial, a single Breguet numeral at 12 o'clock, Dauphine hands, and a painted seconds dial, which is not that bad actually. But I think if it were heat blued, it would have really taken it to another level. But of course, you can always nitpick about these kinds of things. I think at the 650 euro price point, one doesn't expect Zaratsu polishing and high horology finishes. I like the fact that it's quite discreet. It's very sleek and thin in profile, because it has a manual movement, hand wound Celita SW210. I really like it. I'm enjoying it. Lot 859 is another piece by F.B. Jean. This is chronomètre résonance. With the third series launched in 2010, Résonance 3, the parking meter dial, as some collectors are taken to call it, which basically gives a little more of a distinction, a little more of facility towards that sort of dual time setting that people like to use these pieces for. So you have the primary dial at the right hand side, off center, silvered guilloche, hobnail at the center, radial for the hour track and the minute track, not to mention the small seconds dial. And then you have a secondary dial that's a little smaller, that can be set independently since it's based on its a separate gear train on its separate movement with its own escapement. It can be set separately from its own crown, and it in fact has a 24-hour expression with these two fan-like scales, one for the hours and one for the minutes. The minutes are pointed on that scale that has a railroad track and red Arabic numerals, and on top of that scale you have the 24-hour sector, which again is pointed by that parking meter style dial. I don't know. I'm kind of partial to the symmetric presentation. I think those pieces are just just more special. I'm not trying to be a purist. I'm not trying to say the earlier the better, even though you might always get that vibe from from this channel in particular. But I think when it comes to the chronomètre résonance, which is quite a busy dial to begin with, I think symmetry is key. Here you can see it on my wrist. This is a platinum version of the ruthenium series, which has a very uniform and striking appearance thanks to that dial. The caliber is also fashioned out of brass, but ruthenium plated for this limited edition series that orchestrated the transition from brass movements to movements in which the bridges and plates were made out of 18 karat pink gold, which is the case now. But yeah, I mean, this is still very beautiful, still extremely desirable. As you can see, the piece is presented with a stamped warranty by the Hourglass Singapore that is dated February 26, 2017. USB stick, a leather card holder, CD, instruction manual, and cloth. So the box seems to be somehow missing. This particular piece has an estimated value of 115,000 to 179,000 in US dollars. I always appreciate the kind of symmetry reflected on the face and on the movement side of FP Jean watches. Perhaps that's hence my penchant for the early generations of this watch, but it's still as striking as ever in this third series, the so-called François Paul Jean chronomètre résonance parking meter in the 40 millimeter platinum case and a white gold dial expressing dual time in separate 12-hour and 24-hour dials. At lot number 859, this watch is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 115,000 to 179,000 in US dollars. Try it. Let us know how it works out, Fanlux. Please don't. I'm, of course, joking. At lot number 860, we have an FP Jaune tourbillon Sauvron in platinum. The piece has remontoire d'égalité, a 1 second remontoire that also operates the deadbeat seconds, the seconde morte. Again, you have a white gold dial, an incredible balance in terms of the proportions between the tourbillon carriage on the left hand side of the dial and the off-center indication for the hour and minutes, and therefore you also have the subsidiary dial for the seconds nested right in the middle of those two twins that are bolted on the white gold dial. And at the imaginary 12 o'clock, you have the power reserve indicator, which once again balances the dial visually, just as the scripts for the FP Jaune signature and the functions of the piece decorate the dial in the upper and lower half. And here you see the piece presented on its original box with a matching déployant clasp, with its original warranty card. This is a Tourbillon Nouveau PN from around 2007. The piece has the caliber fashioned in 18 carats pink gold for the most part. And this piece was apparently sold by the Texan retailer based in Dallas, I believe, De Bouilly. Yeah. I don't know. Is that how you pronounce it in English? De Boule? I don't know. I don't know the American style pronunciation of this. There's a beautiful piece, and it was first sold in Texas. A beautiful piece, the Tourbillon Sauvron, that puts together both the aesthetic best and the horological acumen of François-Paul Jean in one neat package. Here, that package is a 40 millimeter platinum case. Lot number 860 is expected to fetch an amount in the region between 121,000 to 205,000 in US dollars. At lot number 862, we have the De Béthune V3 Big Power DB24. This is a big piece, big blocky 48 millimeter titanium piece that has all those trademark heat blued titanium accents of De Bethune as well, including that's bolted on bezel. A very distinctive power reserve indicator that flanks the 12 o'clock hour marker and is fashioned in this grill-like design. The piece has a very interesting variable inertia winding system. So I want to share with you some parts of the catalog essay. But take a full look at this piece, which has a matching titanium tang buckle that is styled in that pierced details, in those pierced details that usually are found in the brand's signature lugs. With a robust appeal and still retaining its iconic features, De Bethune, the DB24 V3 Big Power is built for action with precise regulated winding functionality that gives its wearer full control. Look at this particular pointer, H, M, and L. Ingenious and innovative at the same time, the DB24 is equipped with a variable inertia winding system that adjusts the rotor's speed ratios based on the movement generated by the wearer's wrist. Its purpose, by means of a lever actuated via the winding crown, alters the activity mode indicated on both the periphery on the dial and on the back of the movement with 3 levels of intensity, H, M, and L. The wearer can set the timepiece H for sport mode to avoid any surges of the rewinding spring, M for everyday wear, or L for slow to ensure minimum winding is sufficient to maintain regulating performance. As you can see, that was on the back. As you can see, you have the setting here, HML, HML. So that is indicated by the rotation of this inner disc. Powered by the caliber 2024. With a total of 274 components, energy can be harnessed by a titanium and platinum oscillating weight to guarantee optimal lightness according to the ideal inertia. Additionally, the movement features a patterned triple parachute shock absorbing system with a titanium bridge and ultralight balance wheel, providing a high degree of shock resistance. Cased in two-tone titanium with a blued titanium bezel and a mirror polished and satin finished main body, the present example features unique special details such as its blued components, including the dial, hands, screws, and bezel, differing to other examples of the reference as a special request. The piece is well preserved and it is accompanied by its certificate of origin. This is, in a way, the sportier and perhaps even more muscular expression of the deux Béthune. Even their large cases usually have finer details and elements, ergonomic details as well, that make the piece wear perhaps smaller than what the spec sheet might imply. In this case, you have a big chunk of titanium that is bulky, that is angular, that is muscular, with a kind of two-tone titanium expression with the various layers of finishing on the main body between mirror polished high-grade titanium and grain brushed, as well as a heat blued bezel. It's a fantastic piece and a very special one indeed. This is the DB24 Vitreous Big Power at lot number 862 with its certificate of origin from 2017. The piece has an estimated value of 20,500 to 35,300 in US dollars. You're a complete riot, Van Lux. I don't even know what to tell you. You guys take a look at this H. Mose Company Perpetual 1. I'm taking a short break, but I will be back with you right away. In the meantime, please hit the like button. It really does help. It does make a difference, and I will be back with you in a couple of minutes. Thank you. I am back. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for staying on. This is number 0 out of a limited edition of 10 pieces, but it is an absolute classic by H. Mose Company. Their Perpetual 1 has been a hit from the very beginning. It is built originally on a caliber, on a movement designed for them by Andreas Strehler, one of the important independent watchmakers of recent time. And when this watch came out in 2006 with the original caliber HMC 341, it won H. Moser the Complicated Watch Award at GPHG in 2006. The piece has a very simplified expression that's also somewhat freeing, and there are a couple of very interesting aspects of it. It gets rid of all the subdials and extra openings, extra windows on the dial, even though it is a full perpetual calendar. It's a very refreshing and minimalistic approach. It's a studied simplicity. The patented double pull crown allows for the adjustments of the date forwards and backwards. The impressive 7-day power reserve of the hand-wound dual spring barrel integrated caliber ensures that the need for corrections are minimized, and the flash calendar function, which jumps instantaneously at midnight and at the end of the month, never displays an invalid date because it is a synchronized calendar. You have the date, as you can see very clearly, an oversized date at 3 o'clock, and actually you have the month displayed by a micro hand that's practically hiding in plain sight, and it points to one of the 12-hour markers, each of which stands quite naturally for one of the months. 12 hours, 12 months. It seems mind-numbingly simple and very practical indeed. You have a power reserve indicator at 9 o'clock and an oversized subsidiary dial for the seconds at 6 o'clock. This is a limited edition, number 0 actually, of that 10-piece limited run with a funky blue dial and a DLC coated titanium case in 40 millimeters. This perpetual calendar, the perpetual one, as I mentioned, won in 2006 the Complicated Watch Award in the GPHG in Geneva. It also was presented in Germany by Uhren Magazin, an award called Goldene Unruhe, Golden Balance, which is one of the most prestigious awards for horology in Germany. I think it's a beautiful watch that has a very stark and unique expression. It has also, if you needed it, this leap year indicator on the back. 7 days of power reserve, a full week of power reserve, as you can read from here as well. A very stark and stealthy look with this DLC coated titanium case and the unique blue fumé dial, the prototype example of that 10-piece limited run with number 0, offered like new with a blank international set of guarantee papers, instruction manual, product literature, fitted presentation box, and the outer packaging. This watch at lot number 865 has an estimated value of 25,600 to 51,300 in US dollars. The H. Moser Perpetual One at lot number 865. I'm continuing to cover the upcoming Phillips Hong Kong auction that is going to take place on May 24th and 25th. If you have any requests, I have posted the link in the chat, so feel free to send in the lot number with a super chat. We are looking right now at lot number 865. No, sorry, lot number 866, which is a collaboration between H. Moser et Company and Max Büsser and Friends, a limited edition of 15 pieces, an impressive left-handed tourbillon wristwatch with a cylindrical balance spring, really in a way combining somehow the best hits of the two brands and putting an even more unique spin on it for this limited edition. Very interesting legibility on the dial. Let's read about it a little bit from the catalog essay. Innovative with design, mechanically impressive, and very rare, H. Moser Company, in collaboration with Max Büsser and Friends, released this limited edition Endeavour cylindrical tourbillon in 2020, immediately making an impact in the independent scene. It combines the best of both worlds as it features a design inspired by Legacy Machine 10 by MBNF, identifiable via its domed sapphire crystal, enabling Moser's cylindrical tourbillon enough breathing space to oscillate. Setting the backdrop of the timepiece is H. Moser Company's signature fumé dial in grayish blue, which was also made available in other colors, each limited to only 15 pieces. The watch is powered with a self-winding caliber HMC 810, and it is one of the few self-winding tourbillon wristwatches ever produced featuring a cylindrical balance spring. Awarded with the Audacity Prize at the GPHG 2020, that is the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève, the biggest gala of the Swiss watchmaking industry in Geneva every year. This piece is a sight to behold. Phillips continues combining iconic elements from both makers. It was also offered with red and green dials, each in a limited run of 15 pieces. This one is the first example of the model to be offered at a Phillips auction. and it is in excellent overall condition, complete with its full set of accessories, as they explain. Very interesting, very enticing, and a very unique piece, combining the spherical tourbillon with the cylindrical balance spring, an unidentified flying object on the wrist. Here is the full view of the movement, one of 15 in this unique 42 millimeter stainless steel case. I mean, you can imagine just displaying this on your table, on your desk, to be honest. And because of the angle of that dial, it would be quite legible as well, especially in the dark, I'm assuming, thanks to those loomed hands. Very unique design, absolutely not my cup of tea, but certainly very, very well deserving of an Audacity Prize, as they called it in GPHG's 2020 edition. This is lot number 866, one of the only 15 pieces with this grayish blue fumé dial, a collaboration between H. Mose Company and Max Büsser and friends. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 44,900 to 83,300 in US dollars. Number 869, we are really running the full gamut here at the Watches and Style channel, as you can see, from the most futuristic to an absolute classic. This is the Tornek Rayville 50 fathoms mil spec. Alan Tornek was New York based and was the US representative of Blancpain. Because of the Buy American Act, he had to establish this Tornek Rayville brand to win that US Navy contract, which he has successfully achieved, as you can see in this example. This iconic piece has the reference number TR900, and it is modeled after that absolute classic, after that first dive watch that is celebrating this year its 70th anniversary, the first modern dive watch, the 50 Fathoms, which was created by Jean-Jacques Fichter, who remains one of the original and important horological and artistic minds of the mid 20th century. Apparently, there were a little over 1,000 examples ever made of this watch. And it is said that the watches that were decommissioned were actually discarded and sent to the bottom of the sea in concrete filled boxes. But as you can see, that is probably more of an urban myth than anything else. But at, you know, I don't know, not all examples are accounted for at the end of the day, but these do grace the market. These do grace the auction circuit once every so often. And in either case, they are very impressive and quite rare and very desirable for collectors of uh, that classic dive watch style, but also those collectors who go after pieces with genuine military provenance. As you can see, these watches also had at 6 o'clock a unique moisture indicator. Since these were pieces that were issued for a diver by for a specific mission, and after that usually collected back, taken back by the quartermaster, it's hard to know immediately. It's hard to know with some sort of practicality and immediacy whether the case was compromised in any way. And that moisture indicator, by changing color, if in fact there was some humidity ingress or water ingress, alerted the quartermaster that it needed at least a service, if not necessarily decommissioning. So this is an absolute classic mil-spec military issued piece, one of not many, one of certainly around 1,000 pieces, modeled after that first modern dive watch, Blancpain 50 Fathoms, the Tornek Rayville USTR 900, here at lot 869. The piece has an estimated value of 15,400 to 25,600 US dollars. As you can see, it also has a soft case for anti-magnetic protection as well. This was lot 869. Going back to 867, we have the Jaeger-LeCoultre Gyro Tourbillon. This is a limited edition perpetual calendar wristwatch by Jaeger-LeCoultre with equation of time, a gyro tourbillon, a spherical tourbillon regulator, a piece that arrives with its full set of accessories. The tourbillon cage basically incorporates the tourbillon carriage, I should say, includes two different cages, featuring an interior one to which the balance wheel is attached that revolves once every 2.5 minutes, and an exterior one which revolves around an axis perpendicular to that of the first one, which revolves once per minute. The gyro tourbillon regulator can be observed both from the dial side of the watch as well as the movement side. The perpetual calendar displays information on both sides of the watch. On the movement side, as you can see, there's a brushed skeletonized subsidiary dial that displays the day of the week and the leap year indication. This is the retrograde leap year indication. 1, 2, 3, leap. This is the day of the week. And on the dial side, you have, of course, in addition to the hour and minutes on that off-center dial that is placed at 12 o'clock, you also have the month and day that have retrograde hands and that are displayed in the lower half of the dial. These are the months, and this is the date. You have the power reserve displayed in the lower half as well. Apparently, this limited edition has this exclusive plaque that's bolted on to the movements that states the deviation of time of 19 minutes for the equation of time. This piece comes with the full set of its accessories. Original owner apparently resided in Tokyo. So that's why that plaque is inscribed with the deviation of 19 minutes. This is a one of 75 pieces with its full set of accessories. Beautiful platinum case in 42.5 millimeters in diameter. An 18 karat white gold dial that is open worked for the off center timekeeping dial. Has a beautiful tourbillon carriage for the gyro tourbillon that revolves on two different axes. With the exterior cage making a revolution 1 per minute and the interior cage making a revolution every 2.5 minutes. A matching platinum déployant clasp. And a magnifier so you can take a closer look at that gyro tourbillon and the rest of your watch's details. This is the Jaeger-LeCoultre gyro tourbillon perpetual calendar with retrograde hands, a gyro tourbillon regulator, and the equation of time in platinum, one of only 75. The piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between $80,800 to $160,000 in US dollars. If you would like me to skip ahead or go back to any of the lots in this auction, please feel free to hit me with a super chat and send in the lot number, and I would be more than happy to go back to one of those watches. At lot number 873, we have an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo from that original reference number 5402 from a Japanese collector with a full set that is signed with July 6th, 1973. A very early piece indeed, one of the first 500, and in fact, number A417. An absolutely beautiful and early example of the original Gérald Janta design with this iconic petite tapisserie Bleu Nuit Nuage 50 dial that was originally made by Stern Frères. The bracelet that has the looks of an industrial conveyor belt with the tapering interlinks that was fashioned by Guy Frères, the famous bracelet maker and supplier to such esteemed brands as Rolex, as Patek Philippe, as Vacheron Constantin, as Hoya, as Universal Genève, and of course, Audemars Piguet. And this piece is an absolute dream for a collector, with the certificate stamped by Daimaru Kobe, Japanese AD, with, as I mentioned, the July 6th, 1973 date, a service invoice, the additional crown, and an associated presentation box and outer packaging. An absolute classic, one of the first 500, a very, very early example of the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, just as the maestro intended it. Incredibly preserved too. An absolute dream. This is lot number 873, an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Jumbo, reference 5402, all in stainless steel, with an enviable assortment of original accessories, not to mention a service invoice as an additional record. This piece is one of the first 500 examples to be ever produced of the Audemars Piguet Classic. It is expected to fetch an amount in the region between 51,300 to 80,800 in US dollars. That was lot number 873. Speaking of absolute classics designed by Gérald Janta, at lot number 874, we have the original Patek Philippe Nautilus Jumbo in 18 karat yellow gold. These are increasingly more desirable and exceedingly rare. This particular example is accompanied by an extract of archives which specifies its date of manufacture in 1983, and it was subsequently sold on October 25th in 1984. It is a very well preserved. It is said that the yellow gold version has been made, it represents only about a quarter of the total stainless total production of the Nautilus jumbos. So for every 3 stainless steel pieces, there's only 1, and accordingly they're understood to be in less than 300 examples, so extremely limited. This particular example is relatively well preserved too. Here it is presented on its archival extracts from Patek Philippe. That's blue-black gradient dial with the horizontal ribbing. Seems beautifully patinated and in a way kind of playing along with the yellow gold tones of the case and the integrated bracelet. The piece is incredibly sleek, has a beautifully subtle profile, only 7.6 millimeter thick as far as I know, so even half a millimeter thinner than the modern jumbo, than the 5711. I think almost a full millimeter, in fact, so significantly thinner than the 5711. So it's a more discreet, more, of course, vintage and dressier ethos. The 3700/11. This is the original Nautilus Jumbo with its archival extracts in 18 karat yellow gold, exceedingly rare, thought to be produced in less than 300 examples. Accordingly, this piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 128,000 to 256,000 in US dollars. Please hit the like button. Hey, Van Lux, that's great. 1984 is mine too. It's my birth year as well. At lot 875, we have a unique example of the Zenit Daytona reference 16520, with a uniquely tropical dial whose outer rings for the chronograph registers have aged in such a way to give it an almost uniformly black look, but with a slight kind of bronzed metallic accent. I think it's a beautiful detail. They call this sometimes the Darth Vader. Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 16520 is the first generation of self-winding chronographs in this range. They were built on the Zenit El Primero caliber 400, which is one of the first, if not the first, integrated self-winding chronograph movements in the world, hence the name El Primero. Rolex's caliber 4030 was based on those, and these were the beating heart of Rolex's Cosmograph Daytona between the years of 1988 and 2000. In stainless steel, both the white dial and the black dial are very desirable for their own reasons. They're also my absolute favorite. I love the visual symmetry. I love the limited nature. I love what they signify, what they mean in terms of the historical evolution of the model. And I especially like the fact that uh, the face of this watch, the dials of the 5-digit model, have actually served, um, from my perspective, quite clearly as the inspiration for the 126500 with those uh, slightly elongated, slender indices for the hour markers. This particular example comes with a Rolex guarantee stamped by Fung Leong Ki Watch Company from Hong Kong, dated December 6, 1995, an instruction manual, product literature, 9596 calendar card, hang tags, green card holder, the fitted presentation box, as well as the outer packaging. It's a beautiful set and an absolutely gorgeous patinated black dial, the caseback sticker intact, which can be described alternatively as possibly nasty, but quite authentic and appealing also. Lot number 875 is once again a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona Zenit reference 16520 in this uniquely tropical Darth Vader dial. The estimated value of the piece is 51,300 to 103,000. A combination of factors here. Of course, the unique tropical dial, which might be desirable to some collectors, and the fact that it comes almost as a full set, as you can see here. That is very appealing to some collectors as well. That is the story of lot 875 for a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 16520. Lot 879 is a very unique and elegant Patek Philippe Calatrava, reference 2429 in platinum with a dial set with diamonds, baguette at 3, 9, and 12 o'clock, a brilliant cut for the rest. Small seconds on this hand wound piece. It is 33 millimeters in diameter, but with the distinctive stepped and claw-like stylized lugs, it certainly would wear much bigger than what that number might imply, might inspire. It has a wonderfully patinated silver dial with these beaded minute tracks, dotted minute track. The piece comes with a certificate from Bayer, because apparently it was sold by Bayer originally. And also it comes with an archival extract from Patek Philippe as well. The piece also comes with a service invoice by Patek Philippe and a leather travel case. This is a platinum Patek Philippe Calatrava, reference 2429, with stylized claw-like stepped lugs and a diamond set dial. Comes with a platinum Patek pin buckle to match. And the piece has an estimated value of 39,700 to 80,800 in US dollars. Beautifully preserved, very stylish, distinctly elegant. This was lot number 875, a platinum Patek Philippe Calatrava, reference 2429. We have two beautiful Daniel Roth watches back to back next to each other. I think both deserve a look for their own reasons in their own rights. Daniel Roth has been all the rage ever since Louis Vuitton announced its revival under the premises of La Fabrique du Temps, which is their high horology workshop in Meyrin, Switzerland. It is led by two master watchmakers who are basically national treasures in their own rights, Michel Navas and Enrico Barbazzini. And they have just reignited the Daniel Roth project with Roth's blessing and a reproduction of his famous tourbillon. Here is an example that is on the precipice of that transition from the hourglass era to Bulgari ownership. The Daniel Roth pieces from his moment of independence until 1994 are much more desired than everything else that comes after. But the pieces that were produced when the Singapore based retailer, the Hourglass, had bought significant stake in the company between the years of 94 to 2000, are becoming increasingly more desirable, increasingly more collectible. This is one such watch, yellow gold tourbillon with small seconds and a retrograde date, not to mention a power reserve indicator on the movement side of the watch. This is number 11. The piece, as you can see, has seen some polish, but certainly the distinct lines and contours of the case have still not been messed up. I think it's a beautiful piece that represents the kind of dynamism and aesthetics that Daniel Roth brought to independent watchmaking, but to the world of horology, to the world of wristwatches more broadly, having played the main role in the revival of Breguet and having played a pioneering role in the implementation of the tourbillon regulator for wristwatches. Here you have a piece that is quite beautiful and representative, with a second hand that pivots on the tourbillon, which is given its carriage at 6 o'clock, Breguet numerals over a guilloche decorated dial in two distinct patterns, a wave motif adorns the center dial, and a pyramidal kind of decoration takes over the rest. Each element, each sector of the dial is encircled with a gold ring, or like a 3/4 ring in two cases. And the piece also has a retrograde hand with a sector that is placed in the form of a downward facing crescent in the upper half of the dial. You also have the arrow-shaped hands, very distinctive, all of them heat blued for hour and minutes, and applied Breguet numerals that match the gilt tones of the case. A beautiful piece from around the turn of the millennium from Daniel Roth. It's not necessarily from that period of time where he was fully independent from 87 to 94, but still worth a second look. And lot number 883 has still a pretty hefty pre-auction estimate that places its value somewhere between 32,100 to 51,300 in US dollars. Similarly, we have at lot number 884, we have a piece that belongs to the Bulgari era, but that represents, to a certain extent, still some of the distinctive elements of Daniel Roth's aesthetics, at the very least, the open worked Ellipsocurvex case pays important homage to his original design on which he insisted. The column wheel self-winding chronograph movement that has a date indicator at around 6 o'clock, which is displayed through this porthole like window. The heat blued hands and screws really pop off from the rest of the movement as distinct elements of the aesthetic. The rest of the dial, including the outer rings of the two chronograph registers and the hour track on the periphery of the dial, are in this shade of copper and salmon. The piece is presented in an 18-karat white gold case. And since you can contemplate most of the chronograph movement from the dial side, the piece is actually served in with a solid case back, as you can see here. In this case, the condition is absolutely pristine, very well preserved, beautiful piece. Again, might not be necessarily representative of Daniel Roth's years of independent watchmaking, but it is absolutely representative of his aesthetic as well as his particular blend of horological innovation, pragmatic utility, and aesthetic beauty. This is lot number 884, an open-worked, a self-winding chronograph by Daniel Roth with an open-worked dial with salmon details and in an 18-karat white gold case that measures 38 by 41 millimeters. It comes with its original certificate stamped by Daniel Roth et Gérard Jantin, Haute Horlogerie SA, Genève, from 2003. The piece has an estimated value of 12,800 to 19,200 in US dollars. If you could take a moment to hit the like button, I would really appreciate it. It really helps me. As you know, this is a channel that just recently crossed the 1.5K subscriber threshold. I am on my way, hopefully, to bigger things, but it can only happen with your help, with your boost. So please upvote so I get a little more exposure. Feel free to share the videos, shorts, the 10, 15 minutes presentations and reviews, the 1 hour long interviews, as well as the auction reviews and previews and other live streams. Feel free to share them far and wide. Send them to your lovely friends and help me expand this community that is built on the pure passion and pure passion for and pure knowledge of wristwatches. I would really appreciate it. And if you can take a moment also, please follow me on Instagram. The two platforms I'm trying to build concurrently, and they are right around the same level. But you know how these things work. Sometimes one follower means much more than just plus one. So help me push these platforms forward. I really appreciate you. And thank you once again for your generous contributions and your interjections and interventions from the chat, especially JB. Thank you so much for the super chat. It means more than you can imagine. At lot number 885, we have a reverso duo face tourbillon in the tribute case, number 50 out of a limited edition of 50 watches that were produced to commemorate the 185th anniversary of Jaeger-LeCoultre. This piece is absolutely stunning. The tourbillon carriage is the centerpiece on both sides of the dial, both the recto and verso sides, both the primary dial and the flip side. Display it prominently at 6 o'clock, as you can see. I really love how the carriage kind of spills over into the gadroon decorations that frame the case on both ends. I think that's a very lovely touch. The piece comes with an 18 karat white gold double folding Jaeger-LeCoultre déployant clasp, a platinum case, and the piece, as simple as it looks, I think really is a tribute to the watchmaking level, watchmaking acumen, watchmaking nous of Jaeger-LeCoultre, because it fits together two handsets on a single movement that it brings with grand complication, in this case the tourbillon, which I think is absolutely stunning. and you have kind of a deep blue dial for the recto side and an open worked dial with a silvered Grenet center in the middle, a day and night indicator, and as you can see, the logo plays a central role as well, even in the open working. Very cool. I especially like how that open worked dial has these bridge plates decorating in a kind of cascading style, which make it an impression, which give it an impression of sun rays coming out of the tourbillon cage. So I really, really like that. This is the Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso Tribute Duo Face Tourbillon, one of 50, number 50 of 50, made to commemorate the 185th anniversary of Jaeger-LeCoultre. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 51,300 to 103,000 in US dollars. Well, I love reversos. That is my passion. So you're in good company. We are looking at lot number 888, which is a Submariner with red writing. This is Rolex Submariner, date reference 1680, with a Mark 1 dial, meters first, red writing, a beautiful, prominent, and elongated crown that's matched with a lovely triangle there at 12 o'clock. The luminous material on the dial has a beautiful eggshell patina. The loom on the hands has aged a little more significantly. That can sometimes happen. As you know, in that time period, Rolex had various suppliers, different suppliers for the dials, for the hands. So there's not always this sort of consistency. They all had their own proprietary mix of whatever luminous material was used. In this case, it was tritium. And you can see these sorts of inconsistencies. That doesn't necessarily mean something is being messed with. It doesn't mean that you have a service style or service hands. You always have to look at it from a specific perspective, from the purview of actual expertise and knowledge. which is very hard to find. People make up all sorts of stuff. If you ask me, I'm usually more suspicious of pieces and examples that have the appearance of perfection, with everything matched so beautifully. That happens much more rarely than this. So when I can't look at it with, to get kind of a better sense of what the loom actually is on the dial, if I don't get to look at them with a loop, I'm always more suspicious when it is seemingly perfect than imperfect in this case. After all, you're looking at a watch that's more than half a century old. Um, this is more than acceptable, and it actually looks like a beautiful example of the red Submariner from 1969. One of the absolute classics with that top hat style crystal with the Cyclops magnifier for the dates. This is lot number 888, Rolex Submariner dates reference 1680 with the Mark 1 dial. The piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 19,200 to 32,100 in US dollars. At lots 893, we have a gold sub from roughly 1983. This is a piece that has a matte blue dial and a bezel that has aged to this perfect shade of navy. This is a nipple dial as well. And the transition happens in the mid 80s. So it seems absolutely appropriate. The piece comes with its original set of punched warranty papers, which indicates the date of the sale as July 1988. But that's completely normal, right? For a watch to sell years after its date of production. That used to happen more often than you think. Not everything was sold out, not everything was exhibition only in those days, in those years. But here is an emblematic example of the transition in Rolex from making tool watches to luxury pieces. At lots 892, we have the 5-digit gold sub date. This is 16808 with a beautifully charming matte blue dial and a navy colored bezel. The piece has an estimated value of 25,600 to 51,300 in US dollars. Lot 894 is a new old stock Kermit, the reference that was introduced as the 50th anniversary Submariner in 1953. This is the 16610 LV for Lunette Verte, the green bezel insert. Especially the early examples from 2003, especially the early examples with the flat for bezel that are appropriately found with Y and F serials, the Y series being, of course, the more desirable since it belongs properly to the anniversary, have this distinctive 4 with a flat top rather than a sharp one, much wider right here rather than this narrow tip. This particular piece, though, is practically in a new old stock condition. As you can see, it also comes with its full set of accessories that includes a hang tag, a hang tag, chronometer, seal, the original warranty cards, product literature, as well as a presentation box. There's further product literature and a card holder as well. The guarantee is stamped apparently by Dixon Watch and Jewelry Co. from Hong Kong and dated July 23rd, 2010. Once again, this is the 16610 LV, the Rolex Submariner dates Kermit, in practically a new old stock condition. The piece at lot number 894 has an estimated value of 15,400 to 25,600 in US dollars. Lot number 895 presents us a relatively unique example of the Rolex Submariner Smurf. This is the white gold Submariner that has been discontinued. Currently, we have in the lineup a white gold Submariner that some have, some like to call the Cookie Monster because it comes with a distinctive blue ceramic bezel that is matched with a classic black dial. However, the Smurf had a more matte shade of the blue on the ceramic bezel that was matched with a matte blue dial, very unique for the sub, very distinctive for the white gold version. The 126619 LB just seems like a special edition or a limited edition with a different bezel color, although it obviously has the weight, the heft, and the wrist feel of a gold watch, whereas the Smurf is very distinctive, none more than here, especially because it actually has this factory set version of that matte blue dial that has, except for the quarters, round shaped diamonds that fit in beautifully with that classic presentation of a loomed Rolex style. I really like this particular example of the 116619 LB. The piece comes with its original warranty card, stamped by Rüschenbeck Dortmund, dated June 29th, 2009, a watch that was originally bought in Germany. The product literature, the green card holder, the fitted representation box, and the outer packaging accompanies this white gold sub with a unique factory dial. The piece, furthermore, just so you pay attention to that detail as well, has a white gold frame for the date window, which the standard dial, the standard luminous dial, also lacks. So that's another way of confirming that there is something unique about this style, and it is part of the original factory signature. This is lot number 895 for a Rolex Submariner Smurf with the reference 116619 LB, blue Cerachrome bezel matched with the matte blue dial that is uniquely attired in diamond setting and a white gold frame around its date window. This piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 25,600 to 44,900 in US dollars. Yeah, I really like this one as well. I think the Smurf is a very underrated watch. I'm not a huge fan of the 40 Submariner 40 design. I find it a little top heavy and a little unbalanced. Um, I'm not a huge fan of the matching of super case and maxi dial and whatever. But when certain details fit together, like in the Hulk or in this, so-called Smurf, I think there's something special about these watches that will always make them niche and desirable in their own way. Yeah, earlier today we were looking at my new Merci Archie watch, and we were also looking at Archie watches, the Paris-based vintage dealer, and his designs that were served with a so-called sterile dial. They were very much inspired by Calatrava designs such as this. This is lot number 897 for a Patek Philippe Calatrava reference 3796, pink on pink from early 90s, 31 millimeter pink gold case with pink dial. Dauphine hands matched with obus shaped indices, a minute track laid in gold beads and a small seconds subdial at 6 o'clock. A very beautiful and subdued, elegant piece by Patek Philippe. The reference 3796. It comes with its archival extract that confirms its date of manufacture in 1991 and its sale on January 16th, 1996. 3796 replaced in early 80s the OG Calatrava reference 96. It introduced a sapphire glass and new movements and new hand-wound movements in the manner of caliber 215S, and a screw-down case back which made the watch waterproof with a small flap for easier opening. It matches the pink gold case with a pink gold dial and is absolutely stunning, and certainly has an outsized appearance on the wrist. And these pieces also, since they are diminutive in size, usually present interesting deals, interesting targets of opportunity on the secondary markets, if not necessarily on the auction circuits. But the estimated value here is quite attractive in its own right, and it is between 6,400 to 12,800 for this watch. The reason I didn't bring up the collection immediately from Archiwatch is because it's entirely sold out, but you can see in his designs where the source of that inspiration comes from. As you can see here, of course, you have a stainless steel case. Of course, you don't have a subsidiary dial for seconds, but when you look at the rest of the design elements, you can see how this anonymous collection by Archiwatch resembles the original designs by Patek Philippe. Here you have the piece that was made in a limited edition of 25 units in stainless steel, 36 millimeters. And there you have at lot number 896, one of the original pink on pink Patek Philippe Calatrava reference 3796 from early 90s. A stunning execution that matches a 31 millimeter 18 karat pink gold case with a pink gold dial, with the estimated value between 6,400 to 12,800 in US dollars. Please hit the like button if you haven't done so already. It makes a great deal of difference for me. Lot 899 is one of those gold Speedmasters that were made to commemorate the moon landing. This is actually one of those astronaut watches made to mark the achievements of uh, the man who had taken part in the Apollo missions. Number 1 and 2 of this series were presented to the president and the vice president, but they could not actually accept such gifts. So they are still held in the Omega Museum. Numbers 3 to 28 were offered to the astronauts and were marked to mark man's conquest of space with time, through time, on time. As you can see here, this was presented to Charles Conrad, number 12, for his part in Gemini 5 and 11, as well as the Apollo 12 missions. As you guys know, Eric Wind at Wind Vintage still holds, I believe, one of these pieces, or has he sold it? Oh my God, he may have sold it already. Right. Go, Eric. Eric had the example that was presented to Scott Carpenter, which is no longer there. And I'm assuming and hoping that it was indeed sold. But here is the one that was presented to Captain Charles Pete Conrad Jr., tribute to astronauts, at lot number 899, number 12 of this limited edition piece, number 12, which actually was one of the watches that were presented to the astronauts. And specifically in this case, to Charles Pete Conrad Jr., who participated in Gemini 5 and 11, as well as Apollo 12. Of course, the piece is accompanied by an extract from the Omega archives. Beautiful Speedmaster Deluxe, executed all in 18 karat yellow gold, with the lyre lug case and the matching bracelets and that burgundy bezel insert, which is a stunning accent. You have a stepped dial with black markers and hands. Very legible, very elegant, and historically significant. This is lot number 899, Omega Speedmaster, tribute to astronauts, with an estimated value of 70,500 to 128,000 in US dollars. Next up, you have an example of the same watch, but this time one of those pieces that were actually offered to the public, that were sold to the public. This was specifically one that was delivered to Japan in 1970 and sold by Anshindo Company Limited, Japan, on March 18th, 1970. It does come with a fitted presentation box and, of course, the archival extract, which confirms all these details. This piece is number 569. And unlike the actual tribute to astronauts, this piece is simply inscribed on the back as Omega Speedmaster with the Omega letter, the Omega logo, the first watch worn on the moon, and the number in the series, which is 569. It is an interesting number. It is a good number since it repeats 69. That's just great. And this particular example, of course, has a significantly lower estimate since it is a little less special, even though still quite limited in number. Number 569 of the limited edition that was made available to the civilians of this commemorative gold Omega Speedmaster that celebrated the moon landing in 1969. The example offered at lot number 900 is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the range between 32,100 to 64,100 in US dollars. I'm covering the upcoming Phillips Hong Kong watch auction number 16 that is going to take place on May 24th and 25th in less than a week now. And I've covered most of the pieces, but I'm happy to go back and forth. I'm happy to skip ahead or go back if you have any requests. Feel free to send in the lot numbers with a super chat. I'm also ready and glad to respond to any questions that you have about the results from Geneva auctions from last week. Here we are looking at an Alaska project Omega Speedmaster, and it is again an absolutely beautiful and limited piece. This is actually from 1970. This is a watch that was made for the Alaska project and delivered to NASA. So let's read the catalog essay as you take a look at this beauty that is here presented, both with a canvas style strap and an Hermes strap with that textured Epsom style with contrast stitching. Fits the watch beautifully. The Alaska project was a series of secret projects, 4 in total, undertaken by Omega to supply NASA with space-qualified timepieces. The results of the projects are a highly restricted number of watches which have been extensively used in space and which are now true collectors' grails, considered absolute endgame for Omega collectors, at least the few ones which are not in the possession of Omega, museums, or NASA. Even before NASA's most famous Apollo 11 moon landing mission in 1969, and under the cover of the codename Alaska Project, Omega was working on a secret project to create the perfect space watch. The codename Alaska was chosen to ensure that the secret project would remain as elusive as possible in case of any industrial espionage. Following the cancellation of the Apollo mission after Apollo 17, there was no immediate use for the Alaska project's test watches, so the project was temporarily terminated, though remarkable progress had been made. the first phase of the development can be called Alaska 1. In the early 1970s, Omega began to work on a continuation of its secret project, now internally titled Alaska 2, which involved several studies and prototypes. The first batch of the Alaska 2 prototypes is closely related to the production of the Speedmaster Professional, with less changes than those of the earlier project of 1969. It paired most of the tested technologies of Alaska 1 with the trusted and legendary Speedmaster Moonwatch case, the then current reference ST-145-022. The special characteristics of the watch are aimed at improving legibility and usage in space. For example, the white dial was considered more legible, and the same holds for the oversized subsidiary dials with their hands aptly dubbed Apollo hands by Omega. Additionally, some examples are known to have a red anodized aluminum outer protective case. The Alaska 2 test watches were delivered to Houston at the beginning of the 1970s, with the present lots delivered in 1972, as confirmed by the extract from the Omega archives. While once again considerable progress had been made since the Apollo program had come to an end by the end of 1972, the Alaska 2 test watches were not retained by the program office, and the series of Omega's Alaska projects came to a halt once more. This is the short history of the original Omega Speedmaster Alaska project watches. They were commemorated by a limited edition later, but this is actually one of the original, one of those supplied to NASA in 1972, as certified by the archival extract from Omega. It comes with that archival extract as well as a set of fabric and Hermes style at the very least, although it does look like proper Hermes to my eyes. Actually, no, probably not. But the buckle certainly makes it look like it. Let me see if we have any other pictures that can help us with that. I mean, for a watch like this, it doesn't matter ultimately. No, it's an Hermes style, as you can see, because it is actually stamped Phillips Bach et Rousseau inside. You can see the case back is emblazoned with the hippocampus logo and Speedmaster rather than all that marketing extravaganza with the first watch on the moon. Beautiful piece. A veritable piece of history at lot number 901. The Alaska Project Omega Speedmaster with an estimated value of 32,100 to 51,300. Memo Vox, shalom to you as well. Thanks for congratulating the Jerusalem Day. Thank you. My love to Copenhagen. I appreciate you. Lot number 902 is yet another limited edition by Omega. You know, they get a lot of flack for this stuff, but they have produced some very interesting and historically significant watches in the process. This is the Apollo Soyuz limited edition that was a run of 500 pieces to commemorate the first joint crewed international space mission, and that was released for the Italian market. You see the special Apollo Soyuz logo at 12 o'clock. And here you can see the watch presented with its original tag, as well as on the archival extract from Omega, signed by Petros Protopapas, head of brand heritage at Omega, confirms also its delivery to Italy after its production in 1976. This particular piece at lot number 902 is expected to realize a final hammer price between 25,600 to 46,200 in US dollars. Okay, you can see how people get tired of of these limited editions. This is the 25th anniversary of Apollo 11, a limited edition released in 1994 of 500 pieces. The lot that you are looking at is number 63 out of 500. In 1994, apparently three different versions, three different limited editions were released by Omega to mark the 25th anniversary. 2,500 pieces in stainless steel, a numbered series of 50 skeletonized pieces in platinum, and finally, such as the present lots, limited edition of 500 pieces in white gold, which came apparently in two different versions. It is either on a leather strap or, such as the present lot, actually matching with the white gold bracelets, which makes this piece very unique, with the silver dial and the ghost style bezel. The piece has a very monochromatic and charismatic look. The piece comes with the archival extract, which confirms the production and presentation of the watch and its delivery to Hong Kong after the production in 1994. I think this is a stunning piece, not only unique, but also very distinct. Rhodium plated caliber 864. Absolutely beautiful piece. I know, back to back to back, all these limited editions, but this is one of only 2,500 and has this very distinct monochromatic look, all executed in 18 karat white gold, case and bracelet and all, and a silvered dial matched with a very charismatic ghost style bezel for the tachymeter. Beautiful piece for the 25th anniversary of the moon landing at lot number 903 from 1994, with an estimated value of 20,500 to 41,000 in US dollars. Memovox says something very appropriate here. There's a Speedmaster for everyone, but a full collection of Speedmasters is close to impossible. Check out the interview that Wei Ko did some years back with a gentleman who had the mother load of Speedmaster watches. I think his name is William Roberts, and he has his social media handle is Speedmaster 101. And I think he might not have everything, but he probably has the biggest collection of Speedmasters known to mankind. And also the Davidoff brothers, of course, who are based in Geneva, they always have a very good collection in their hands, but they're dealers. So they have seen everything, probably. They have seen one of everything, perhaps multiple examples, but they constantly, of course, have to sell them since they are more interested in making a living rather than holding on to every single example, even though they are absolutely crazy about Speedmasters. They're absolutely infatuated with Speedmasters, and they know their Speedmasters inside and out. But let's change gears a little bit. We are going to reference 6262 Rolex Cosmograph Daytona at lot 906. This is the reference with the reverse panda dial, a tachymeter bezel that matches the stainless steel case, pump pushers, and the piece is also beautifully presented, pardon me, on a matching stainless steel riveted oyster bracelet. Piece very authentically is accompanied by a service invoice of Rolex Japan. I'm trying to see right on April 26th, 2000. Even the service pouch is included. I like that. I find that really, really nice, actually, as a presentation in the absence of the original documents. There is a certain charm to this all stainless steel presentation with the pump pushers. This is a piece from presumably early 70s, maybe very late 60s, 69 perhaps. And it is a very handsome watch. 6262, very no-nonsense reference that has a certain utilitarian cast to it. And this piece certainly is full of vintage charm. At lot number 906, a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona in stainless steel, reference 6262. The piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 41,000 to 80,800. I am in the last 15 minutes of my broadcast. I will be, I'm nearing 4 hours. So I appreciate your presence and support. Please hit the like button and help me out a little bit. If you want to support the channel, of course, you can always super chat. Uh, if you have any burning questions, that's the best way and the most immediate way of addressing them to me, of course. As always, I want to emphasize that this is a channel that is completely independent, that is entirely autonomous, which means that it's at the service of its audience, but it is also at the behest of the audience because I'm not in the pocket of anyone from the industry. I'm not a shill for some shady gray market profiteer. I am also not sponsored or paid by any of these auction houses. I'm not complaining. It allows me to just pick and choose and present on what I want and be as exhaustive or as focused as I want. But it also means that for the quality and quantity of content on this channel, I always need your help. I always count on your support. The more I can turn this into at least a self sustaining effort, at least an enterprise that is at some level financially rewarding to me, the more time I can put into it. And I'm trying to give you as much as possible. I have started introducing midday streams, which I'm going to continue tomorrow, so I can get more of the European audience, more of the UK audience, and even a little bit of the people from other parts of the US. And I really appreciate your support and your contributions in either case. If hitting the like button or upvoting the stream is as much as you can do or as much as you're willing to do, I am more than grateful. But if you want to contribute to the channel, it is included in the video description. It is now also crawling in the rolling ticker. And I'm also pasting the links now in the chat. So if you would like to contribute, please feel free, and any contribution is welcome. If you have not subscribed to the channel, I'm here every day with live streams and with other sorts of watch related content. So make yourself at home, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and go through the archive of contents. There's a lot to see. Please support, share far and wide, leave comments. Any interaction helps me, and I really, really appreciate your support. If you join me in Patreon, I have some exclusive content which I provide in the form of a recording every single day. I present on 3 or 4 watches that are great value propositions at this point in time, and I always curate them with a particular focus. It might be centered around a particular complication. It can be a specific brand. It can be this or that model. In each case, even if that is not something that you are necessarily going after at this point in time, since I go through my reasoning for choosing that particular watch, it always ends up being an educational and informative endeavor. So I'm sure you will stand something to gain from it in terms of expanding your horizons, in terms of deepening your knowledge of watches, because a lot of what I present on there are pieces that fall under the radar. And that's a lot of times for that reason, can present targets of opportunity for the conscious collector. So check it out. The tiers are very clearly laid out at that Patreon link, and I appreciate your time. Now I'm going to present on 2 or 3 more watches and then say goodbye for tonight, but I'm going to come back at around noon my time tomorrow, and I look forward to seeing you then again. Already, this is a very beautiful and unique piece because, as you know, in early 2000s, Rolex had an entire collection called Daytona Beach, with these colorful dials that were matched with um, lizard straps and served up uh, with matching 18 karat white gold deployant clasps as well. Even the presentation boxes uh, were in that same colorway. Very unique, very original at the time. Absolutely neglected, if not detested by the market at the time. Now people go crazy over them. Of course, some are more desirable than others. The pink tinted mother of pearl one of the 116519 is an absolute hit. Um, the turquoise colored the turquoise blue dial is also very popular. My absolute favorite is this version of the 116519, which has the chrysoprase stone in this beautiful shade of green that is presented on a matching leather strap. But this particular version possibly is even more rare, since this is a 116509 that has the chrysoprase dial, but is actually presented on the full white gold oyster bracelet. So to me, this makes it even more striking and even more desirable. That Daytona Beach collection also included a yellow version, mother of pearl dial with a yellow tint, which to my taste is an absolute yuck. But nevertheless, even that is currently on fire. I think this is a beautiful option, probably still quite aspirational, still quite desirable by the markets, but perhaps not to the extent of the Daytona Beach version with its full set. Here you have the option of getting an absolute equal, if not superior to the Daytona Beach version, because you get the full bracelet. And in this case, you also get the original guarantee stamped by Hall Augsburg. This watch, too, was bought originally in Germany on May 30th, 2005. You get also, I think, 2 sets of Rolex service guarantee cards, the instruction manual, hang tag, green leather holder, fitted presentation box, as well as the outer packaging. The piece seems very well preserved and possibly more rare than the version offered as part of the Daytona Beach collection. On the full bracelets, this is the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 116509, white gold on a matching white gold oyster bracelet and with the rare and desirable green chrysoprase dial. This is lot number 915 with an estimated value of 25,600 to 46,200 in US dollars. I have two more watches. I think I'm gonna use that for two interesting Patek Philippe watches, skipping a little bit ahead, perhaps, with your permission. At 9:34, we have the forgotten stainless steel sporty Patek watch with an integrated bracelet. This is the Neptune. It has its dial has a very similar aesthetic, obviously, to the 3712 and 5712. And this is absolutely no surprise since its beating heart is the same micro rotor caliber that was built on the base of caliber 240. Here, of course, powering the moon phase indicator, which is right around 7 o'clock, encircled by the pointer dates, off center seconds, lodged right between 4 and 5 o'clock, and a power reserve indicator between 10 and 11 o'clock. A railroad track for the minutes. The movement is the micro rotor caliber 240/164. That is assembled, finished, assembled, and regulated according to the highest standards expected from a watch that bears the hallmark of Geneva. The full gold micro rotor for the self-winding movement. The integrated bracelets that is very distinctive. The fish mouth crown guards that to me are a very endearing aspect of this watch. And the absolutely unique, but to me very appealing bracelet that is alternatively like a reptilian scale slash beads of rice kind of aesthetic. Beads of Rice has more of a vintage inclination. I find something very modern in this piece. The case is actually 37 millimeters, wears a little larger than what that might indicate, thanks to the relatively substantive and slightly domed bezel and the integrated bracelet design. I think the watch is actually an absolute delight, and still relatively undervalued. I'm sure they will have their moments at a certain point, and people who look down upon them will be searching everywhere to find a good deal on them. This particular example is presented on its certificate of origin, the product literature, and the presentation box, not to mention the hang tag, the forgotten integrated bracelet, sporty stainless steel watch by Patek Philippe, the Neptune, reference 5085/1A-001 from 2004. The piece has an estimated value of 12,800 to 25,600 in US dollars. The very last piece, we were talking about Patek's combination of the annual calendar with the self-winding chronograph with the added flyback functionality. 5960A, the stainless steel version on the matching beads of rice bracelets, was perhaps the most popular. There was an insane increase in demand right after the discontinuation. The prices settled down a little bit. Um, they are on the secondary market still very reasonable. The black dial is a little harder to find because it is also more rare compared to the white one. But in each case, I think you have watches that, to me, exemplify a modernized and sportier take on what Patek does best, which is bringing together uh, complications and providing them in neat, pragmatic, wearable form. And to me, the combination of annual calendar with the self-winding flyback chronograph is a contemporary expression of that ethos. The 5960A is one of the great representatives of that ethos. This particular example at lot number 935 comes from the original owner and is accompanied by its certificate of origin that was stamped by the Hourglass Hong Kong, dated December 14th, 2018, right before its discontinuation. Instruction manual, product literature, setting pin, hang tag, leather folio, purchase invoice, fitted presentation box, outer packaging, all included, which makes the watch the perfect full set, a great piece that on the secondary market at least can still be found at a reasonable price point, maybe even with a better price point if you are patient enough and if you know where to look for. I'm happy to help. Feel free to get in touch with me. This is the 5960/1A-010, the Patek Philippe annual calendar self-winding flyback chronograph in stainless steel with the matching beads of rice bracelet, with the black dial, with its full set of accessories. This particular example is expected to fetch an amount somewhere in the region between 44,900 to 80,800 in US dollars. All right. Thank you again. Thank you for being with me earlier today to help me unbox my uh, new watch, which is a little gift for myself from this micro brand, Merci Instrument, in collaboration with the French vintage watch dealer, Paris-based watch dealer, the Archie Watch. Beautiful old school Calatrava style with a sleek profile that I matched with this strap. I'm very happy with it, and thank you for helping me welcome it to the collection earlier in the day. And thank you for being here, going through a preview of the upcoming Phillips Hong Kong watch auction number 16 with me that is going to take place on May 24th and 25th. Feel free to send me any questions you have. Please hit the like button on the way out if you haven't done so already. Please share the content far and wide so we can reach more people, so we can expand this community that is built around pure passion for and knowledge of wristwatches. If you contribute to the channel in some way, I already appreciate it. If you just hit the like button and drop your comments and ask your questions in the chats, I'm grateful for that too. I am especially thankful to Jake Brooks for his super chat of the day. And thank you for all your comments and support. I'll see you in the next one. Stay safe, stay healthy, wear your watches and enjoy them. Until then, I bid you adieu. Take care.